Yo, 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 good morning. Good morning, I'm me, or good evening, I guess. Quote, it doesn't get any better than this. What doesn't get better than what? How's the persistent solution coming along? Good morning, Geralt. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday so far. Okay, so I was looking through the current solution just before this stream and have come to the conclusion that it has been a little bit of an experiment, which explains it, but the implementation here is kind of a mess. We have methods that are we have methods in some classes that are better suited to be located in other classes, and so on. So like I'm on the verge of starting to move things around here, but not yet. We're gonna simplify a few things first, and we have this little task list, so that's what we're gonna do today. Right, it's 5 p.m. here. Yeah, I figured. So, what I think I'm gonna start with today is to simplify this, I think. Like when we initially created this, for some reason I just went the safe route and allowed for rectangle shaped terrain. I think we're gonna skip that. I don't see any reason with it, and it's just extra data that is not being used and is not going to be used. And then also we're working with rectangle here. We can change that to rectangle int to simplify even more. So yeah, let's start easy. So float int. Subdivision, we still, so let's simplify this one. Resolution subdivided, so we just do resolution divided by subdivision. So much better. So position, yeah, we want to keep that. Offset can probably... let's worry about simplifying it even more a bit. Get index, yes. Good morning, Cram. Just curious, why did you stop making devlog videos? I'm gonna pick it up. It was a bit time consuming, and like I do want to continue making them. I just got roped into live streaming more than creating videos, but yeah, hopefully they will make a return soon. Fuck, I enjoyed making devlogs. It was extremely fun. Oh yeah, and we want to change here position, float, int. Isn't this a devlog essentially? I guess you can see it as that. So let's keep it like that. I see, I want to start making some myself, but it seems like a lot of work. It is a lot of work, or like it depends on what level of quality you want for your devlogs. Like if I were less of a perfectionist than I am, I could probably just go through these live streams and cut out interesting parts, add some voiceover and release it as a devlog. But I wouldn't feel too good about that. So yeah, it depends on the quality you want for your devlogs. The time commitment, that is. Okay. A little bit better. Do we have... we're pretty much done, I think. Okay, never mind. Terrain base. Why am I not seeing these errors here? Let's see what kind of... Let's see if this works. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the only problem is that when we change from vectors to floats and ints, they get reset, but it should be okay. Dimension, what did we have? Fuck. 512? 1024. 3. I'm me, so I just reverted my game in quotations, okay, from 23.2 to 22.3 LTS. Okay, is 22.3 the latest LTS they have? To see what happened. I'm very intrigued. What did happen? What's up, Cooler SK or Friday SK? Feels good. Okay, so now everything should work, a bit simplified. And one thing I noticed when I went through my code as well is that yesterday we implemented get rect containing circle. What do we have here? Ooh, we need a delta though. But yeah, so this function, I pretty much want to move this one to grid points getter. This one doesn't belong in here. So let's do that. Grid point range, grid point indices range. Get rect containing circle. Let's see here. Get rect containing circle. And we need a... Ooh, do we need resolution here as well? Yes, we do. Do we include resolution here as well? We have grid size, grid delta, grid size, grid delta. Do we want grid offset as well? And we want circle origin in object space here, I think. So int grid size, that's this one. Grid delta is this one. And then we do circle radius here. And origin as index. Get index from point in world space. Yeah, we might want to move that one as well. Get index from point in world space. We offset it, and then we do the inverse transform. Okay, let's see here. Good morning, Harukanan, and happy Friday. Latest LTS. So latest LTS is 22.3. I'm not that far off. Okay, just 1 year. But a few UI differences in layout and PSP sprite needed rebuilding fix-ups, but otherwise seems okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, I saw that. Didn't they release Unity 6 Alpha or something recently, or whatever it was called? Yeah, the Unity 6 Madness. I'm also waiting on that one. Offset we need to calculate here, and this one we need to calculate here. And this we can do inside. Let's see. So point in place object space offsetted. What do I call it here? Grid offset, circle origin as index. Okay, that's how we do it. So let's see here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah. Circle origin as index. So we want to do something similar here, I think. Circle origin as index, grid offset, circle origin, grid delta. Oh yeah. Harukan, and I'm trying out Unity 6 beta. Oh, that okay. So it was the beta they released. So what are your thoughts so far? You could hear in my voice the excitement. Yeah. So Unity 6 is 23.2 bumped. 23.2 is gone with the transition. Unity are up to all kinds of no good. Okay. Okay, so Harukanen does not seem like much changed. Actually, like I want, like I would hope for a like more streamlined release schedule, like one version a year, and a streamlined naming like Unity 6, 7, 8. And I'm kind of tired of half-baked features. That's my biggest thing I'm against, like. And Harukanen think they are all in on the AI stuff these days. Yeah, one would assume so. But I mean, I think there exists a lot of very cool AI stuff that would make the workflow a bit easier. And yeah, half-baked features is pretty much a Unity staple these days. I get so tired. Like when I read about a new cool library in Unity, I think the latest one I read about was Vector Graphics 1, because I've been wanting to have better support for vector graphics, but Jesus, the documentation. That's one, like half-baked features with even more non-baked documentation. Oh yeah, like they also deprecate half-baked stuff. What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, Unity won't stop with half-baked releases. If you look at their release notes on all versions, they include known bugs. That's depressing. One could hope, one could hope. Okay, get rect containing circle. Let's see here, get index from point in world space. So this one I don't want anymore. Instead we're gonna do... We're gonna copy these two, I think. Get vertices, and then we do this. And then we do... And there we go. Okay. So right now we have get vertices within circle and get vertices within circle rect. Both of these will be removed later on. They are just here to test things out for now. Why did I comment this one out? Oh well. Let's see if we have any errors. Harukanen Unit 6. Yeah, that was what I read, I think. So that Unity 6 is in preview now. I hope they have removed the Unity splash screen now. So you mean the obligatory splash screen you have to have at the beginning of your games with the free version? Yeah. Oh, this is so cool. I love it. Okay, so when we are here, it comes back to 0. I wonder why that is. I'm me. Yes, 6 can have splash screen removed in exchange for paying for per install fee. Is that how they did it? So either, if you don't want a splash screen, can you opt for the paying per install fee, or just purchasing the pro version, or did they remove the pro version? Harukan, and good luck on the coffee run. I also saw that Unity appointed a new CEO yesterday, was it? Or appointed the next CEO. The one they have had up to this point was intermediate, or whatever you call it. No, if you use 6, you're locked into pay per install anyhow. But you can also remove the splash screen. Okay. But, okay, pay per install. They changed it so it was pay per install up to a certain threshold, right? And after that threshold, it's just percentage of revenue. Or did I misremember that? Fuck, why not just go with a pure percentage of revenue? Per install fee. What the fuck is that even? I don't know. Yeah, that might hold me off from Unity 6. I don't know. It's absolute bullshit indeed. Okay, so update Terraform point. So new Terraform point. So pointer focus event. When this one gets called hit point. Okay, if we don't hit anything, hit dot point. Yeah, then it's just 0, 0, 0. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it like this for now. I don't remember exactly why I even invoked these. Why I even invoke these events if we don't hit anything. But let's leave it like this for now. It's okay. Simplify terrain patch into square-based layout. Convert rect to rect int. Yes, please. And then I wonder, implement this one. Oh yeah, we started implementing this one yesterday. Okay. I love the parentheses there, I'm me, but okay. Richitello, or however you pronounce it, screw the company and its idle values so bad. Yeah, that's my take as well. I'm no shareholder though, but I agree. So rect, let's see here. Grid points together. Get rect containing circle. We're gonna do get. Fuck, how do I want to name this one? Get grid point indices ranges within circle. Okay, that should simplify it. Get index rect. Yeah, whatever. And now we don't need to do, now all of these casts are unneeded, which is very nice. Okay, great. And I think I'm also going to do this. Let's see, first of all, we're gonna take this one like this, and we jump back to terrain base, and we have regenerate here. Start test routine. Oh yeah, this one is public. We call, let's see here. We have environment controller, which calls generate. I'm thinking of doing bool force is equal to false. If not force, and let's see here, terrain patches, so if terrain patches exists, i.e. we already have a terrain in place, then we only regenerate this one if force is true. So I can hopefully do... Fuck, am I gonna get any errors from this? Let's see, environment, terrain base, regenerate. We generate it like this. And then if we click play now, okay, we get some errors. On destroy, is this one called on start? Nah. Or actually on destroy. occurs when a scene or game ends. I wonder if this one is... The best thing would just be to test it. Like when Unity clears the scene before starting it. Does it call on destroy then? Because that would suck for me. So we clear this one and then we click play. Okay, so it doesn't get called. That one... This boggles my mind. One day you will fix Flappy Hat and we will all be like, but I liked Flappy Hat. Yeah, to be honest, I already thought I fixed it. But apparently I did not. Terrain patch 86. Is it vertices that are... No, it's not. And it's not rect, it's mesh data. So mesh data. And we create it here, we create it with persistent. Like using the native array here with allocator persistent, like I don't know how well a native array handles like non-running games. Let's see here, native array Unity. I wanted to see like if it's not serializable. Cool. Okay, so this sucks. I want to try one thing. So if we do environment controller, one sec. Regenerate clear, generate, it should be okay. It would be nice if we could go back to the time where we didn't have to generate the terrain each time we hit play, but a little bit worried about how that will work with native array. Okay, we still get the same issue here. And what if I do... Oops. like this. Vampire Girl is 69. Very cool name. What's up? And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Do we get an error now if we clear the terrain before we run it? We have some errors. Yeah, okay, so here this one summarizes the problem we have. The native array, when we call clear here, destroy immediate, we're trying to destroy, but it's already cleared. So yeah, it comes with a little bit of a problem using native array and offline generating the terrain. Unfortunate. So what if we do... Let's do... Clear, let's do... Let's clear it and shelf the idea of generating it offline for now. Okay. Yeah. And now if we play it, we will hopefully, fingers crossed, have no problems at all. Or no errors, at least. Okay, great. Fucking hell, like the performance here is abysmal when we make this one big. I wonder if it's because the collision, like these spheres we generate are colliding with everything. Should be okay. Nice. Okay, this task, implement Terraformer marker as shader. It's the marker with the spheres I'm talking about. I thought about this task a tiny bit yesterday, and like making a shader that renders, I don't know, spheres maybe at certain grid positions is pretty straightforward, assuming that the grid is flat. But if we want the shader to take height into account, it becomes a whole other problem. The most straightforward way would be to... The easiest approach, but the wrong one, let me put it that way, would be to send the height data information to the marker shader as well. But I do want to avoid that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to think about this one a little bit more before I try to implement it on stream. But it should be possible. So one could think that you could do something like, let's see here. let's play. Okay. Maybe it shouldn't be that hard. Okay, so let's think about this. So assume that we have this object here. We have we have this object here. And we render it as a cube, maybe, or a circle, I don't know. Or a sphere, that is. And then in the shader, we use the depth map or depth texture. Where do we have it? This one. From this one, we can calculate the world position. So let's say that we have the cube here, and from those screen positions we fetch the depth values, and from the depth values we reconstruct the world positions, and when we have the world positions, that's when we can construct the visual grid, I think. Is this something I want to do now? Shader Friday. Doesn't sound too bad. Fuck it, let's do it. But before I do it, I'm just gonna run and grab a new cup of coffee, so give me 1 sec. Okay, let's do some shaders. Mania Dev, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So, I would... Okay, so this is a definition question, but I would define the terrain marker as a user interface shader. Terrain marker, I already have one. Yeah, okay, so this one is the very simple... The very simple one we have now, just the cylinder formed or whatever you want to form it. So let's just continue with this one. Imena Pro, what's up? Hi, how's the game going? Yeah, this is live. Coming at you live from Sweden. But the game is progressing pretty good. Slow pace, but progressing. Okay, so what I want to do here is I want to read. We get the UV here, that's beautiful. Object depth pixel, scene depth pixel. We already have the scene depth pixel. We have the scene value, that is. So let's change this one by, actually when we develop this shader I want to be in play mode, so we easily can see the changes. Emana Pro, you already did grass generation, right? Yeah, it looks pretty good. There's still some improvements that can be made to it, but it's in an acceptable state right now. Before I do a video on it, however, I would like to get the last pieces in place. Okay, so this white circle we see here, that is the shader. So what I would like to change this one to do is, okay, we get the depth pixels, and for each depth pixel we calculate the world position, and if that world position is within this sphere, then we color it pure white maybe. So that would change this circle to pure white within here. But like, remember, this one is a sphere, so it actually looks something like this, but we don't want to render it as a sphere. We just want to render it on a circle that is aligned with the terrain. It should be pretty straightforward, but we will see. So working with depth, texture, and in Unity can be a little bit of a problem. So let's see here if I have my a reference. Let's do this. Calculate or reconstruct world position from depth, Unity. Ah, beautiful. Ooh, an HLSL. Example from Unity themselves. Nice. Emana Pro, can you show me some gameplay of your game? I mean, I know it's not fully developed, but like, show me like what's already done. I can't really do that right now. Let's see, sample scene depth, we check Unity reversed. We don't check that one. We hope that linear eye depth fixes it for us. Compute world space position, UV depth, Unity matrix, view projection. Beautiful. So let's see here. Emana Pro, can I ask what's your PC specs? If it's not secret, no, it's not a secret. What the hell am I running? I have a GTX 1080, and as for the CPU, I could just bring it up. Let's see here. What do you want to know? Yeah, 1080 graphics card. What do we have for a CPU? Intel Core i7 67K, 4 gigahertz. There you go. I have a Pentium G2030. I don't know that much about hardware, to be honest. So I don't know how good that one is. Let's see here. Compute world space position. What bothers me a tiny bit here is we send in depth, we also send in UV. But UV in this instance is actually it's not screen position. Or it actually is. It is. So this one is screen position, depth, and then the inverse. So view projection matrix. Let's see if we have access to all of these things. Oops. Let's see. If we get any errors. Okay, UV, yeah, of course, we need to change that one. So let's go to this one and we just call it UV. And depth, we call it scene depth pixel. Okay, no errors, beautiful. I want to return this one. So return float 4. World pos 1.0. Does this make? Yeah, this makes sense, I guess. One sec. Can I use this? Imena Pro, I was just curious, how can PC run 15 tabs on Chrome, Visual Studio and Unity without lag? I don't think you need that powerful computer to be able to run that. Fuck, I might have jumped the gun here. I need to check. With this information, can we actually do what I want to do? We should be able to. We should be able to. No, Yeah, we should be. I3 is rough, I guess. We should be able to. So we have a world position within this sphere. So a world position here will be outside of the sphere. So let's see if we can do this. So we have world position now, and I want to check if world position is within sphere. So should be simple. I can't, it's a 12-year-old PC, yeah, sounds pretty old. Like, I mean, my PC is, what the fuck is it? 8 years old now, I think. But it was a pretty powerful beast in its day. So it still works for me. Okay, so we have a world position. We want to see if... So I wonder, we want some properties here. Depth, yeah. I guess we could probably... Let's see if we need to send this in or not. I'm not entirely sure, but let's go with sphere center. And we make this a vector. And then we also go with sphere radius, I think. Yo, yo, JD. Do I need this information here? I think I do. So what I would like to do here then is, okay, world position. Do we have this? Do we have something like this? Distance to sphere is equal to distance. Oh, I want to check distance in HLSL. We want world pos and sphere center dot xyz. And we also need to put this one here. Sphere center, sphere radius. So we take the distance to the sphere, and then I guess I just want to do return if distance to sphere is less than sphere sphere radius, return 1.0, otherwise 0.0. Something like this. First of all, I don't know this one here, so distance HLSL, if this is what we want. Yeah, should work. Beautiful. One more thing. Yeah, we need to set these values as well. Sphere center and sphere radius. So we're gonna have to quit this one. So when it comes to action terraform here, we have a reference to Terraform visual point material. So every time we change visualize, every time we change this one or this one, we want to update the material as well. So we want to do marker, sphere, center, shader, variable, property name. I think this was the one. Sphere center and then sphere radius. PG King, what's up? Good morning, good morning. Imena Pro, how can I, hey, can I ask how many devlogs did you make about this game? Oh, yeah, 6 so far, I think. Or is it 7? Because I had one that is 0, so the beginning, 3 C's, outlines, cell shading, character design, rigging, and animation. I have 7 on my channel, I think, because we have one devlog 0 as well. JD, are you going for a randomized seed gen for maps, kind of like Minecraft? No. I'm gonna make the initial map. You see, like how the garden will look initially. It will pretty much be a big pile of garbage, and then the player will terraform it into exactly how he or she wants it to look. Stormwall Dev, yeah, 7 because of the 0. Yes, indeed. Yo, Arth Dev Life. Hope you had a wonderful stream. How's the Twitch chat game deving going? And thank you for the raid. Always appreciated. So every time we change the position or the scale, we also want to update it in the material. What did we call this one? Terraform visual point material. Dot set vector. What did I call this one? Property. Something with name. Ah, come on. And then we also want pretty much the exact same thing, but .5f times this one, but we want to do set float here. Okay, let's see. JD, how long have you been working on this game for? I don't even know anymore. Didn't work that actively on it in the start, though, but I think devlog number 1 is soon 3 years ago, I think. Zero is the first number on an unsigned scale, indeed. Yeah, devlog 0 was 3 years ago. Fuck, time flies by. Depressing. Let's see, ArthDev Life. Let's see. Now the chat can spawn a cube or multiple. Oh, nice. So, join. Next step will be building the RPG framework and mechanics. Sounds so much fun. What's up, Harukanen? You're active in both chats, appreciate it. Oh, and Cypher, what's up? Thank you so much for the Prime sub, appreciate it. 4 months. Yeah, I was just talking about how time flies. Jesus, 4 months already since I started streaming regularly. Appreciate the support, thank you. And happy Friday, by the way. Imena Pro, I want to create my own game, but I can't because of my PC. You should be able to. Like, if Unity is too heavy, it shouldn't be, but if it is, like, try some more lightweight game engine or experiment with your own. Harukanen, I'm everywhere and nowhere, yeah. Like, sometimes when I watch some other game dev streamers here on Twitch, I can see your name pop up in stream. Very active. Okay, so we set these variables here, and now we should be able to play around with them in here, and hopefully this is enough to be able to control the visuals the way I want it to work. Okay, so now we have no visuals whatsoever. Sphere center, sphere radius. Let's take this one. Now we have this again. Okay. Sphere center. I want to check. Return sphere center. But let's do it float 4. Oh yeah. XYZ. Whoa. Yeah, this is not correct. Sphere center. It should be correct. You got to make oneself known around the peasants. Hmm? Okay, what I see here, the visual result I get from this one. Did I change some script? Oh yeah, I did. Damn it. Like the visual result I see here, so I wonder if it's a... Like it's almost like we see a... I would assume that we would get a more gradual color change. This is something is definitely wrong here. But what? What Windows version are you running Harukanen? Is it 11 or 10? Windows 11. Yeah, I'm one of those Windows 10 peasants, so I can't relate to the Windows 11 problems. Float for sphere center, we use it here. We use it as a world position. It should be a world position. And this one bothers me a bit though. Sphere center. Like this is what we do here. Marker sphere center shader property name. Sphere center, that's correct. And then every time we update Terraform point, we do this to like truncate it to the actual grid. And then we do visualize pre-Terraform action position. And that's where we set Terraform point. We set the position of the visual point. And then we also set the vector here. So why... The new taskbar is just broken as hell. I can't even rely on the clock being correct. Yeah, that does sound annoying. I know that the taskbar in Windows 10 also fucks up sometimes. I have a problem of not being able to search. Like the search function in the taskbar just stops working sometimes. It's hella annoying. Such a... yeah, I don't even know where to begin. Oh yeah, okay, it's Friday. I'm a little bit tired. The problem we're seeing here is because this one is not... These values are like world position, so they are not between 0 and 1, which screws it up a bit. Although I wonder... So now we return world pos XYZ. And this is not correct. Where is it? Okay, so world position returns that one. Let's do sphere center. I never had issues with the taskbar in Windows 10. Then you're lucky, I would say. But yeah, taskbar issues I can relate to. Okay, so I want to see world pos. What kind of... Then we get pure yellow-ish. Okay, these two should be the same. So here we get green for this one. Fuck me, in what world does this make sense? Compute world space position. Let's take a look at this one. Is it within position NDC? Device depth. Oh yeah, it might depend on, let's see, what do we do with the depth here? We do sample scene depth UV. What do I do? Sample scene depth, and then I do it I linear. Okay, we might want to wait with that one. So then I guess we need to do this. Real depth. Okay. Yeah, we want to use UV with small. Oops, I forgot to change this one as well. Okay, this looks a little bit better. This looks very good. Okay, nice. Let's now do, so we take world position, we calculate world position from this depth value. And then we take distance to sphere, so we compare world position and sphere center. So then we get the distance to sphere. So this is pretty much how we figure out if a point is within a sphere. You just check if this one is less than sphere radius. So let's see how this looks. Fuck yeah. This is exactly what I wanted. Oh, beautiful. This is great. Love it. Okay, and to get a grid-like pattern on this one, I think we can do this. Let's see. Sphere settings, header, grid settings. And we just work with grid. We work with square grids. I don't care much about rectangles, so we just need a float to tell us the grid delta. Only a doodle can be excited about a white sphere. Nah, I know plenty of people would be excited by this. Arth Dev Life, how are you applying the white color in the scene? Are you updating the texture of the objects? What? You mean this white sphere here? It's the white sphere, or white circle is actually a sphere, a 3D sphere like this. And thanks to some shader magic, so when we render this sphere, we grab a value from the depth texture. And this sphere is a transparent object, so it hasn't written to the depth texture. So we pretty much get the depth of the object behind the sphere. And we can reconstruct the world position from that depth value. And then we can see if that value is within the sphere. If it is, then draw the sphere pixel as white. So it's pretty much some shader magic that does it. The first time I made a tunnel in my terrain system, I was pretty excited. Yeah, I can imagine. Have you gone back to the terrain system and continued developing it since last time we spoke about it? Oh, this is beautiful. See how this like how the sphere alters itself along the terrain. It's beautiful. And also character. What would you suggest to me to get better at shaders and computer graphics? Ooh, there exists so many good resources online. I don't really know. I can't really recommend one resource, like if you're a beginner at shaders. But if you have some knowledge about shaders, I have a few resources in relation to Unity at least. Nope, it is there until I need it for something. I wanted to get better at it and computer graphics in general to be able to solve like this shared computer. Oh yeah. I understand. Like, one of the most fun computer graphics related and shader related things I used to read are GPU gems, I think. I just love these books. But Jesus Christ. But they exist online as well, I think. Like, these include just fun problem solving related to computer graphics. I just love it. But like, some of them are pretty old, but the theory is still usable, I think. I love it. I love it. I love it. Fuck, I want a physical copy of these. I watch... Oh yeah, his videos are really good, but I would never be able to implement what he does in his videos. Yeah, I guess it's just... read a lot, watch a lot, and experiment a lot, I would say. Like, working with or programming, creating programs that run on a GPU is a little bit different from the usual thought process when it comes to the CPU. You have to think more in parallel, if that makes sense. But yeah, I love it. These books I recommend. It's just extremely interesting to read. Experiment is the most important thing. Yeah, I would agree with that. A simple game starts real fast when you disable the splash screen. Oh, so you're playing around with the Unity 6 preview now. Nice. Oh fuck, I want GPU gems, physical gems. Amazon. Is this a book? I don't get it. Hardcover. Oh, love it. Yeah, GPU gems are pretty old, but I mean, the theory still stands. Like, you can still use them. I don't remember when the first one was released, but I mean, yeah, like, it's still usable and fun to read. Do we have GPU gems wiki? Yeah, Earth Dev Life, just continue experimenting and I wish you good luck. How many books are there? Are you kidding me? insane. Oh well. Okay, so now we're at this point. Let's see if we can make a grid out of this one. Making a grid is probably just some, I don't know, thresholding of the values based on something. But I want to see, so what they do here is they create a check pattern, and they just do it by world pos x. Is there some bit logic here? Yeah, and XOR. Very cool. But I don't think I want to do this. Instead, I want to do... Yeah, I think let's go straight forward. So we have grid settings. Here I want a grid delta. Float. So this is the length between grid elements or grid points. Sphere settings, visual settings. And here I want something like, let's do, do I want it on grid settings? Yeah, grid delta, and then I want grid line width. So how do I want to do this? I think we want to take the world position and we want to divide it by grid delta. And we want to take the remainder, or I think we want to do something like this. So world position, distance to sphere, float x is equal to, I think we want to do world pos.x divided by grid delta. So this should get us the position on the grid, but with a float reminder. So I think we actually want to do this. And this basically tells us how far away we are from the grid, I think. And then we should be able to do, I guess we can do, if this is less than grid line width, we return 1.0, otherwise 0.0. Does this make any sense, or am I just, I don't know. Return let's see. Right now grid delta and grid line width are 0, but I guess we can experiment ourselves. And this doesn't look correct, but we'll see. Grid delta, what do we have? 0.1 maybe. I see it. I see it. I'm a little bit worried about this one though. Why is it full white here? And we want to do abs. So we get both. Ooh, there we go. I'm a little bit let's also do let's just do, instead of returning this, let's return x multiplied by this. So x is 1 if we're on the grid in the x direction, 0 otherwise. And this one, this makes it so that we only render the area within the sphere. There we go. I'm a little bit worried though. Let's see here. Let's try and change the width. Yeah, we only get it in one direction, but we will look into that. And 0.1, so we actually have 0.5. There we go. Beautiful. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. So when we do modulus here, if we're on this side, we get a low value, like 0. Something that is less than this one. If we're on this side, we get a high value, like 0.9 or something like that. So we need to do this is 0.5. Like we need to normalize it around. What I'm trying to say is, if we have 2.3 let's go 0.8, or actually we can do 0.6, 0.5 is equal to 0.1. But if we have 0.4, 0.5, we have 0.4. So I need to like, I want a distance from here to here. That's what I want. fuck? Okay. So the fuck? Why? Like why am I getting stuck at this problem? It should be as easy as doing What's up, Skull Tag? We're doing a visual grid in shaders. Yeah, but we're stuck at this problem. I don't know. It feels simple. Pretty much, I just want the diff. I want the length between this and this number. And this. So this, I want something that returns 0.1 here and 0.1 here. But for some reason, I'm having a stroke or something. Like instead I would like just add half the modular amount to the left value. So that would be 0.85, 0.5. Oh yeah. 0.35, and then we subtract. Oh no, 0.25. Then we subtract. What do we have here? But almost something like that, isn't it? We just want to like. I don't know. the fuck? Okay, so add half the value, subtract, and then the absolute from that. Is that the way to do it? So if we add the half, we get 0.85, and then 0.5 is equal to 0.35, and then we subtract half of that again, so we get 0.25. So we get 0.1, and for the second we get 0.65. 0.5 is equal to 0.15, and then we subtract it, so we get minus 0.1. Fuck yeah. Okay, nice and nice. And then abs, yes. So let's do, so x is equal to we should be able to do world pos x plus 0.5 times grid delta, and then modulus, and then minus 0.5 times grid delta. So something like this. Beautiful. Great. But then we also get grid line width. This one is like double it. 3, 2. So we want to do grid line width 0.5 times this one here as well. Okay, great. And then I also want float z is equal to the same thing, but z here. But, oh but, I don't think we can do that. No, we can't. But we do like this, I think. Or not? What did I miss? I thought that would be it. We want grid lines in the Z direction as well, so I thought world position in Z, we do the same things here, and then we just take max here, but that doesn't really work for some reason. Why doesn't that work? Love it. So this is the grid line in X, this is the grid line in Z. Modulo doesn't work on negative values. Is that so? Okay. So we need to do abs before. Okay. Yeah, I tried it, yeah. So, there we go. Nice. Great. Thank you for the help, appreciate it. And this looks pretty cool. I think we can skip the spheres soon. Love it. I fucking love this. I wonder what more visually I want to do with this grid for now. I don't know, maybe fade it out towards the end of the sphere. And then I was also thinking about rendering circles around grid points. And when we have that in place, we can probably skip these in-game objects and just go with the grid. But before we do that, I'm just gonna go and prepare a new cup of coffee. So be right back. 4 minutes. I'm sorry. Okay, back. Sorry about that. So let's see if we can just improve the visuals a tiny bit more here. I don't know, fade it towards the end and get the actual grid points to be better highlighted. And I wonder if I want to change this to float 3. Can we do world position? The hell can I world? Okay, so I can't change it all, but I can do this. I think we'll press Control F2, world position, and then we do world position grid error is equal to float 3. I think it's this part, right? We want the abs as well. World position grid error, and let's do right. let's do return distance world position grid error. No. World position grid error. What is this one? It's... We should be able to just compare it to 0, right? So the length of this one, right? If it's less than circle or grid point radius 1.0, otherwise 0.0. Question mark. Apps. Beautiful. Grid point radius. Oh, nice. Love it, but we have this problem over here. Makes sense. Although, makes some sense. Makes sense. So we want to do... Then we can do return max. So max of x, we don't have xz anymore, so we need to do let's do this for now. So we do max of grid point x and z times distance to sphere. Correct. Nice. What else? Oh yeah. Sphere information maybe is better suited. Grid settings. Grid visual settings. Yeah, grid point radius, and then I want two more things here. I want sphere. Basically, this variable is going to control at what point we want 1 alpha, what point we want 0 alpha, and also like those are also the limits where we will interpolate the alpha. So sphere then once again we need to keep in mind that we have a sphere radius here. I don't even know if we take this one into account. Yes, we do. Okay. What do I want to call this one? Sphere. I think we can do sphere alpha fall of begin distance. Alpha fall of begin distance. No, alpha fall of not begin distance, but like I want the alpha to be 0 at the edge of radius, and then I want it to fall off for a distance, and that distance is going to be this variable. So this distance will always be the same independent of sphere radius. So we're just going to use this one together with sphere radius. So basically what is it? Is it smooth step? Let's see. Yes, so min max x smooth step. Let's see. Yo, what's up, Devs Bias? Thank you, thank you. You too, you too. So for all the new viewers here, we're just working on a grid marker visualization shader. It's going pretty good. The question is, why don't we have a result right now? At line 14. Oh yeah, of course, we need to specify what type it is. And something else, line 26. Have I forgotten something else as well? Okay, so this is what we're working with, trying to get this white grid tool looking not extremely good, but a little bit better than this at least. Andrew, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. So these gray spheres, they are currently, that was the old solution, we just spawned a lot of spheres to test things around. Now I just want to simplify it into a shader, and it's going pretty good. The problem at hand right now is we want to fade out the alpha of it the further away from the origin it is. Pretty straightforward, but we want to do it with a absolute value and not relative to radius here. So, smooth step. We want it to be 0 if it's bigger than, so distance to sphere. If this one is bigger than 0, we want it. If distance to sphere is bigger than sphere radius, we want it to be 0. If it's between sphere radius and minus alpha fall off distance, we want to interpolate it between 0 and 1, and otherwise we want it at 1. So I guess we can do this. Let's invert it. So minimum is 0, maximum is sphere radius, and the value we want to interpolate between there is, we can begin easy. So smooth step between 0 and sphere radius, and the value we want to smooth step is distance to sphere. And let's do return I guess we can just do return, actually, float grid value and then we do return grid value multiplied by float 4 1 1 1 grid alpha. Almost, but yes, we need to do abs 1 minus this. So almost. Or one step closer to the solution at least. And alpha fall off begin distance. This one doesn't do anything just yet, so we want to do... We don't want 0 here, we want sphere radius minus, and whatever that one, alpha fall off distance. Do we have it here? No. So, if distance to sphere is less than this, return 0. If it's between this and this, interpolate. If it's bigger than this, return 1. And then we do 1 minus and we do abs. So... maybe. Let's see. 0. Okay, so this is at 0. And if we make this a little bit bigger... Yeah. So we can pretty much decide. Yeah, and this one is an absolute value. So if the sphere ends here and we have a value of 1, okay, it ends here, then we interpolate between 0 and 1 in real life world distance. And I think the grid is 0.5 right now, so we have an alpha of 0 here and an alpha of 1 here, and then we interpolate between. It's okay. Looks okay. 0.5. Let's go with 1. What more? What more? I wonder if I want to do something similar with these small spheres here as well. So these. Very cool. But maybe this is okay for now. So, sphere center, sphere radius is being fed from action terraform. Alpha fall off begin distance, I think. I think we're gonna feed all of these variables from that script. Grid delta we definitely need to feed. Grid line width, grid point radius as well, maybe. I love it. Although I wonder. We can play around with it when we have gotten rid of the gray spheres. So what do we have? So for now we're gonna solve this with a lot of constant strings, but I'm okay with that. We need alpha fall off distance. Grid line width property name. And finally we have the grid delta. Grid delta, I want this one to be here as well. Grid delta we're gonna get from environment controller, just like we do here. So we're gonna set it here. Terrain delta. Oh, we actually have it in here. So after we have fetched it, we're gonna set it. Sphere center, sphere radius, we update all the time. Alpha fall off distance, grid line width, grid point radius is going to have settings up here. General marker settings, we have material, Terraform visual point scale range. Yeah. Yes. Yes. This general marker settings, Terraform visual point material. Probably want to put this down here. We can do this. Like, I still want to keep these around because they actually, like, the shader just reconstructs the terrain points, and you can say that the shader simulates the terrain grid points, while these spheres here, they actually use grid point data to position themselves. So I just still want to keep this one to do debugging in the future, maybe. So I'm not going to remove these, but we might comment them out down here. So here we do visual marker settings. And yes, this one is better suited down here, I think. And what do we want? We want a float. this one as well. And then we also do might comment out more here actually, but fuck it. Or actually, no, I will see. We'll see. Character action terraform. So what do we have? I want to set max. I want 100 here. I want to see how it looks. $100 though, yeah, that might be slow. We will see. We'll see. Oh, okay. That's big settings. Damn, still pretty good performance, keeping in mind the actual calculations going on here. But yeah, definitely want to change the visuals here. So what were some good values? 0.01 I think, 0.02 and 0.045, 0.02, 0.05. Okay. Compath, thank you so much for the follow, appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now we have implement Terraformer marker as shader. Nice. So, is it time? Implement action Terraform. I think it is. Let's see. So, how do I want to do this? So it's this one we want to terraform or implement. Do I want to go through my whole call chain when it comes to actions? I don't know. Let's see here. Start processing. We have an action. Try start processing. If it's not ready, we return. Otherwise, start processing. And then we set it here. So many things can be hidden on a separate thread. So like when we do action Terraform in the future, then we don't have animations and whatnot so far, but like start processing here, what this is going to do is we're going to go through a checklist basically, but once terraforming has been, so basically we're gonna do, yeah, we don't need to do this when we update marker, I don't think. So we're basically gonna do this. We're gonna get the colliders with an overlapping sphere. We're gonna get the terrain patches. And if we have at least one terrain patch, then we know that we can start processing. Or actually, we're gonna start process. That is included in the process. So, but anyway, and then when we have the terrain patches, then I think that's when we're gonna send it off to a separate thread, I think, and we're gonna start animations and so on and so on. And when the thread is done with all its work, that's when we call stop processing. But that's in the future, so for now we're just going to simulate this, I guess, with a coroutine, I think. So we're going to start a coroutine here, and when that coroutine is done, we're going to call stop processing, I think, or actually try stop processing. Yeah. Terraform routine is ready to process, return Terraform routine is equal to null. So if we're currently not terraforming, it's ready to process. But if we're currently terraforming, the action system should take care of it anyway. It's ready to process. Do we want to? Yeah, we probably don't want to check this one here, but let's leave it for now. Start processing. Actually, is it yield, return, null? Oh yeah. And narrator. So start processing. That's not at all what I want to do. I want to do this. Do I want to do stop if something like this for now. Okay, Terraform. When we do update marker here, previously we needed to rely on all of these things, but actually what do we do here? Update marker. So in Terraform what we want to do is get all the colliders within the Terraform sphere, and then we want to get I think do this. To array, and then we do terrain, patch, patches. So get all colliders within the sphere. We get components on terrain patch for all of them, and then we remove the ones that are null, and then to array. And then I want to check. I don't know if I want to be as aggressive as probably if terrain patches.length is equal to 0. Actually, I think I want to do, we want to do if it's bigger than 0, do all the logic. and in the end we're gonna do try stop processing. Okay, so if the length is bigger than 0, then we want to terraform this. And unfortunately, let's see. Terraform is going to happen with the terrain patches in 2 iterations. So the first iteration, we're going to alter the height map of each terrain patch based on our input. When we have altered the height maps, that's when we're going to alter the actual mesh data and update the colliders and so on. So we're going to have something like for each terrain, let's see, terrain patch do something, or to do alter height maps, and then we're going to have update mesh data. And the reason we do it like this with 2 iterations is because when we update the mesh data, not only do we rely on that terrain patch data, but also its neighbors. And if we just do it in one for loop, when we update the mesh data for some of the patches, they will be working with unupdated neighboring height maps, and definitely don't want that. And let's do this. Actually, let's also do oh yeah. Okay. Fuck. how many things do I want to log here? Why not? Okay, let's work with this one first. Alter height maps. What do we have? Brush texture, brush strength. Beautiful. Although, yeah, that's all we need, I think. Or is it? Let's see. Terrain patch. Alter terrain with circle. Okay, I think we're gonna revive this method and maybe change it a bit. Alter terrain within circle. Yes, float change. We're gonna call it this. Texture 2D brush texture. Float brush strength. Okay, so alter terrain within circle. What we actually want here is we want to one sec. Alter terrain within circle. Alter terrain. Alter terrain height. Texture within circle. Because we don't. That is what we change. And let's see here. Yeah, then we're gonna do something very similar to this. We want to get this rectangle. That's the most important part. So I think we can take these lines and replace these. So what we're doing once again is we take the origin of the circle. Ooh, I want to rename this, or do I? We take the origin of the circle, it's in world space, and we transform it to object plane space. We don't care about the y coordinate. And we calculate the offset as well, because we want to work in object space without the negative values, we just offset it to only work with positive values. Easier to translate to indices. And then we call getIndexRect containing circle. So what this one returns is a rectangle specifying the indices of the grid based on this circle. And now we don't want to do anything else here. We have the rectangle, that is the important part. So now we want to call terrain data container alter terrain data brush strength brush texture rect. Okay, so this one we implemented yesterday. So we have a rect here, but we want this one to be rect int. Let's see. And yeah, we implemented it in an extremely unoptimized way. But this is just the first iteration. We just want to make sure it works. So it's okay for now. Okay. So what do we actually do? We calculate X data index and Y data index. So this is the I'm not sure we need to do this anymore, if I'm gonna be honest. Or never mind. We do. So new data is equal to data get the pixel at this index, and then plus a new color that is, we just change the red channel here. We do brush strength multiplied by brush texture get by pixel by linear. So roughly speaking, that's pretty much just fitting this brush texture to this rectangle. So this brush texture can actually be smaller or bigger than this one, and we just fit it. We use, what is it, normalized coordinates instead of discrete coordinates. And then we set that pixel. And when we have set all the relevant pixels specified by rect, we do apply. The big question here, however, less than or less than an equal. I think we're gonna go with less than or equal. Okay, so this should change the texture. So we pretty much just want to do terrain data dot alter terrain data brush texture brush strength rect. So that is what we want to call here. We want to call terrain patch dot also terrain height texture within circle terraform point the radius. We have terraform point scale. Okay, let's finally convert this one to terraform point scale. This is basically diameter instead. So what do we where do we use it? Clamp scale data. Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna change it up here, but not everywhere in the script. And let's see what we need to change. Terraform point radius is equal to this one, but I think we want to do 0.5 here. And here we want to do 2.0. And here we just want to remove this one and replace it. Okay, so terraform point radius, and then we don't have texture and brush strength here. Oh, we have. Never mind. Okay, so we do that for each terrain patch, and when we're done here, we know that all the relevant terrain patches has had their texture changed, their height maps. So down here then, okay, let's see. Terrain patch, here we want to do something like oh yeah, I think this is where I fucked up a tiny bit. So what we get here are grid points. Grid point indices ranges within circle. And basically what that is a custom struct. Each struct is a range of indices for a row. And I think these are these are one-dimensional. One-dimensional, and generate vertex data at index based on height map, or alter vertex data based on height map, or alter. The only difference here is basically here we send in UV, here we don't. But like my never mind, it's okay, or is it? Yeah, what sucks here is that here we work with two-dimensional index, which makes it a little bit easier to do this. But yeah. Yeah, maybe we should go the other way around and then we can call this one. Well, we will figure it out. What's up, Fabic? I'm doing good, thank you for asking. How about you? And what did I miss? Well, we simplified the terrain patch into squares instead of allowing for rectangular shapes. And we simplified, or we changed rect to rect int, just some cleanup. And then we implemented a simple shader to visualize the grid instead of the visual sphere object, whatever you can call it. And now we're back at implementing Terraform here. So depending on your interests, it might and might not have been so interesting. But now we're on interesting turf. Robert Pattinson, what's up? What's up? You programmer? I like to think I am. Okay, so for now, what we're gonna do is get vertices within circle rect, alter terrain height texture within circle, and we're gonna add a public void update vertex data within circle. That's all we need, I think. And we're gonna do... Great progress as usual. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, I think today have been pretty good so far. So what we do here is we do the same changes here. Like, it's a lot of duplicated code. Maybe we should move this into a method. Whatever. We don't need this one. Add range. So for each grid point indices range in get grid point indices ranges within circle resolution delta offset. Okay, so we have these grid point indices ranges, and let me just explain what those are. There we go. So we have a circle over a grid. Actually, yeah, the grid isn't that visible with the black background. So let's do a manual grid. Very nice. So a circle, what did we call them? We call them vertex data within circle. Oh, no, sorry. Grid point indices ranges. They are a struct containing a start index for a row of grid points and how many steps. So 1. So the next one would be actually, here we have this one and this one. So each row here is 1 grid point indices range. So in this very nice example we have 4 of them, and they are going to be used to update the mesh data in a nice and clean way, or that was the idea at least. Start index, number of steps. So for each of them we want to update vertex data. And so let's do for int I is equal to 0, I is less than or equal to grid point indices range dot number of steps. So for each step here we want to do, this is the sad part for now, but we might get around this eventually. So let's do int x is equal to grid point indices range dot start index resolution. Plus I, int y is equal to but actually it's resolution plus 1, I think. So converting the one-dimensional index into a two-dimensional index. And now when I think about it, I don't know if it was the greatest decision to decide and work with one-dimensional indices here. Might as well just keep them two-dimensional, to be honest. So might revert back to that. So if we do that, we can skip these calculations, because what we want to do here is call this one, and what we do here is we calculate the one-dimensional index, and then we get neighbor values, we get position using height, we calculate normal using these values, we calculate tangent using some of these values, and then we set mesh data index to be equal to, fuck, we do new here. Ooh, yeah, because it's a struct. Fucking hell, I think what is it called? Terrain patch mesh data. If we are going to alter these, like what I wonder is, if we change this to a class, will it still work fine with mesh filter set vertex buffer data? Hopefully it should do. What's up, modding Minecraft? What are you working on right now? We're working on terraforming. Fuck yeah. So right now we're just gonna create a new one here. Okay with that. So we're gonna call this one alter vertex data at index based on height map x, y. And then when we have done that, we're finally going to do set vertex buffer data. And then we want to do this as well. So and this is hopefully finally where grid point indices range can shine, because what we're going to do here is, oh no, don't we have access to a mesh? Do we want to keep a reference to this one? '81 streams on the same game. Have I been streaming 81 times this year? I need to get those numbers up. Let's save this one as well. Or I don't know. I guess we can do this actually. So let's do mesh filter dot mesh set vertex buffer data mesh data and data start mesh buffer start. Here we want to do start index and grid point indices range dot number of steps. I don't think we want +1. Yeah, okay, actually we do. Or do we? Get subarray. Is it including or excluding? Ah, it's length. Ah, never mind then. So we want +1 here. Mesh collider shared mesh. But we don't want to update the mesh collider shared mesh here. So we want to update per row, set vertex buffer, change vertex buffer data per row. Only the, and when we have done it for all grid point indices ranges, that's when we do mesh collider shared mesh filter. Otherwise, if we did this in here, we would recook it, I suppose, for each iteration, and we want to avoid that. Is this it? The idea later on is to increase this radius one extra step as well, because if we update the depth value of this vertex, we need to update the normal of this vertex. So back to action terraform, terrain patch dot update vertex data within circle, terraform point radius. Okay, let's see if we have some compiler errors. And before we do this as well, I'm going to go to environment. And change the terrain material. Ooh, I forgot to do one thing. I forgot to take... So we don't have a brush texture right now, and we don't have a brush strength. Let's go with a brush strength of 0.1. And for a brush texture, we're going with a 64x64, just this one. So it's basically a white square. Which is not circular, but that's okay. Fabric Dam, I love the new shader look. Thank you. I enjoy it as well. Still have some improvements for it lined up. It's gonna look real nice. Let's see. Oof, I should be able to. So we have an option here. We can see it under the character. We have Terraform here. Are we ready? So if I click E, we should terraform, but this, yeah, a lot of things can go wrong, so let's see. Okay, we got a... Ooh, we actually do a lot of calls, but we don't... Fuck. Start character 01 prefab terraform action. Is this the latest one? Yeah. Starting terraform. Terrain patch fetch complete. Terrain patch height data update complete. Terrain patch mesh data update complete. This one is the slowest one by far. It's brutal. Okay, so we do something, but we don't see any change here. I don't know why. Okay, no errors, which I'm shocked by. So, why not? I'm also a little bit shocked by, let's see here, starting Terraform, terrain patch fetch complete. This one is way quicker than I would have guessed, so I wonder if we have a problem. Height data update, let's see. We get the terrain patches. Ooh, terrain patch fetch complete. Number. Actually, we do know that it's longer than 0 at least, because we get this. Is it possible that the terrain is updated in a different place? Ooh. It's definitely possible. Definitely possible. It could be that it could be that we update the height map in one place and then we update the wrong vertices. So maybe that we update the height map here, but then when we update the vertices, we update them over here. So that might be one possible error. So let's take a look. So alter terrain height texture within circle. We rely on this one here and we know that it's previously this one resulted in the correct result. It could very well be Let's see, am I thinking about this the correct way? So start index. Oh no, it's the other way around. I want it here, right? I think it's the other way around I want it. Or is it? And then you use scale for your Y value to scale the terrain height. Do that into account when modifying the height, because you may be modifying the terrain but with very small values. I thought about that real quick. So we have when we alter the height here, we have brush strength and brush strength. We multiply it here. And brush strength is set to 0.1. We should be able to see it. I wonder if my conversion from one-dimensional index to two-dimensional index screwed it up. We'll see. Yeah, we don't get that. Let's do this, to be honest. We need to figure out... I drew multiple times and checked the full terrain. Didn't see something now. So what we're going to do is... Here we have update vertex data within circle. Instead, we're going to do... Instead of doing all this, we're going to do... I want to figure out if this one is wrong or this one is wrong. So we're going to try here. We're going to do terrain data, or we're going to do for, let's see, one sec. Okay, I want to try... We're just going to do this within this one. So what we do here is we just go through every vertex and generate vertex data at index based on height map. Results. but we're not seeing anything. Let's see. In the beginning we actually do, let's see here, terrain base, we do I think like we use this method to set terrain data. And I think that works. Yeah, that's the patch we get over here. Oh my god. Do we see a change there? Is that the max? This one right here. Okay, let's test that again. Okay, we don't have it here now. Yeah, something changed. But, or did it? Ah, there we go. Okay, so something is wrong with the indexing. I guess. Yeah, I think this is the patch corner. Let's see. Yeah. So this one. I'm pretty sure the rect is good here. What happens if we do... Yeah, exactly. I wonder if we can just do set pixel. So we just set it to a value of 0, which means that right now, whatever we alter, it should be set to 0. So we should be able to lower the terrain if the indexing and stuff like that is done correctly. So let's see. I'm a little bit, I'm impressed by how quick it is. Jesus. And this is updating the full terrain as well. Okay, I'm a little bit worried about the gap there, but okay, this is slow. 0.12. Is it because, yeah, we work, so when we alter the terrain around here, we alter 4 terrain patches, then it's extremely slow. Yeah, we do get this. I'm not that happy with. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. We're currently wrapping it in a weird way. So if this terrain patch has a 0 value here, it also has it here. The gaps are probably because your circle end up at the border of a patch, so it's not updating the one next to it. It should do that. I think it's more about a wrapping problem, or I hope, because I think I kept the so if we take a look at this place, let's see here. So this, where we're marked right here, is here 4 patches meet. So we do this and it works, but we have issue there, here, and here. So it's basically some UV coordinate wrap. So when we recalculate the position of these vertices here, we actually get these values, and it gets fucked up. I wonder why though. I thought we had kept this in mind. I thought we worked around this. I just want to try this before we begin fixing these issues. But if we go to terrain patch, and when we update the, and we just skip updating the mesh collider, I want to see what kind of performance we get. Actually, some weird problems, but let's take a look at it. It's actually not that much slower, I don't think. Interesting. Interesting. It will only be better from now on. That is true, Fabic. That is true. Okay. So first of all, the problem with the wrapping hell does that come from? So we do this one, alter terrain height texture within circle, and here we give a rectangle. Ooh, I'm a little bit worried that this, I shouldn't. Set pixel, let's see. Oops, set pixel. Okay. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have anything to do with this, but data here. Do we instantiate data somewhere? Here. Data wrap mode repeat. Is that actually what we want to have? I'm not entirely sure this is the cause of it, but I want to try it. Okay, I might want to try this with a non-repeating texture first of all. Environment, terrain texture 2. Okay, let's see. Fuck me. Why are we getting this result now? Okay. Does wrapping happen only when you terraform between patches? I think it happens when we change the edges of a terrain patch. I just want to see here. I thought it was 2 that was repeatable, but maybe I was wrong. And okay, actually, let's go back to this one and do 1024, and let's see what I changed here. So when we create the data here, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one that fucked it up when we terraformed. What bothers me, however, is that if we do clamp here, we don't get a repeating landscape. But we're gonna look into... Okay, now we have clamp, let's see. I think I'm gonna go for at least 1 more hour today. Let's see. Yeah, not a... okay. I think I know why we get this result. Not the best performance, but yeah, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. But yeah, I'm thinking about going another hour or maybe even 2 today. So before we continue, I just need to run and grab something to eat real quick. So be right back around 5 minutes. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see here, Fabric. You're using set pixel. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're entirely correct. You're entirely correct. If we take a look at terrain data container here, this method is extremely unoptimized right now. Extremely unoptimized. Yeah, it's a mess. But we will try and get this to work first, and then we are going to optimize this one. But so the current problem we're facing is data wrap mode here. When we create our terrain, even though the texture itself is repeatable, if we use texture wrap mode clamp, we don't get a repeatable terrain. And I wonder, that is probably, Rome wasn't built in a day indeed. I wonder if we also want to do data dot I wonder if this is because there's some weird interpolation. Like the texture itself is repeatable, so the first pixel, so pixel at index 0, 0 should be the same value as pixel at x max 0. So it should be repeatable. But I wonder if, let me open up the texture and maybe I can show more easily what I'm thinking about. I want to open up a small texture here so I can show test terrain data texture. That's not the one I want. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. Like wrap mode has something to do with it, 100%. So what I mean is that can I do... I want it to be even more visible, the different pixels here. So this pixel has the same value, color value, as this pixel. That's what makes it repeatable. Let's double check that actually. I don't even know if this one is repeatable though. Let's see, 133. Good job. I took one of the textures that aren't repeatable. Let's see here. This one should be repeatable. So let's see. This value is 126. This value is... what the f... Oh... The gradient is repeatable, but not the actual values. Yeah, this makes so much sense. Okay, so the problem we got when we altered the terrain came from this being repeat. So we started reading the values on the different side. We don't get a perfect match in terrain right now, even though we have a repeatable texture, because the value here and here aren't the same, but the gradient going from this to this and then from this to this is the same. Because if we take a look and we do filters, render clouds, and then we do tileable, okay. Why can't I seem to... Okay, this should be tileable. This color is 127 and this one is... yeah. Okay, so they are not exactly the same, and that's why we get the issue in question. Yeah, we're pretty much gonna have to make sure that the values between patches match. But if we make the... oh shit. Okay, so one straightforward way to do it would be that two patches two neighboring patches have the same color for their, so if we would have if this is one patch, let's see here. If this is one patch and this is one patch, one easy way to do this would be to do force the neighboring pixels to have the same values, so that you force that this patch pixel here has the same value as this one here. The backside of doing it like that is you're always between patches, you're always going to have two neighboring vertices having the same height values. So if you force it like that, you will have that problem. Another solution would be to, when we calculate the edge, when we calculate the height position of the edge values, like the positioning, we always take this terrain patch's height map and this terrain patch's height map into account. So that's one solution, and it would look way nicer. That means that this one and this one can have a different height value, but when we calculate a pixel here, or a vertex here, then I assume, or here, whatever, we take this one and this one into account. When we read pixels, when we read values for our terrain, we actually read these values, I think. So we don't read the middle of the pixel, we read, this one, and this one, and so on. Earth Dev Life, do a post Terraform step to make the edges lines a medium between the two patches. That's probably something we're gonna have to do. Or It can be solved in like multiple different ways. I would like to avoid too many if statements, and I thought we were past this one. We do have access to the neighbors here, but like, I guess you could either you fix it in the height maps, like either you sync them in the height map or in terrain patch when we do generate, or actually when we do generate base vertex data at index, generate vertex data at index based on height map. Ooh. This might help us. can it? Here we have the neighboring height data. So we could do we could allow up, down, right, left, the height values of these to actually affect this one, depending on like, could you do something like, let's try and do, okay, before I do any changes here, I just want to check. We're using test terrain data texture 2, which should be the repeatable one, or tileable. And we have this issue. Okay, so what if we do float current is equal to we want to fix this one later on as well, but whatever. Current. Okay, so if you do something like is equal to down is equal to what I'm trying to get at is we could probably do something like if we do 0.2 This unfortunately results in a smoothing out effect, I think. But let's see if it solves it. Because then when we calculate the edge values here, we use data from neighboring height maps, and so I guess this is one solution. Probably not the best one, but let's see if it works. One sec. Fuck, it won't work, it won't work. You only want to do yeah, you only want to do interpolation between edge points, not all of them, because okay, so right now when we calculate the height value for this one, we use this one, this, and this. But for this one to result in the same height as this one means that we need to use these same ones. So that's not what we want to do. It's more like when we calculate the values for this point here, we want to something similar. Let's see. Can we do okay, a rough way to do it would be, yeah, let's do it roughly and see if we can simplify it later on. So if we do if I is equal to 0, do something, if j is equal to 0, do something, if equal to resolution, do something, if j is equal to resolution, do something. And I want to do m plus would doing something like, so if I is equal to 0, or could we do float height is equal to current? Let's keep m as well. I don't know if I want to use it, but float height is equal to current. If I is equal to 0, we do height is equal to times height plus 0.5f times down, or actually left. Yeah, but this is not entirely correct, but something like this. But we want to keep m here because we want to do... Yeah, I guess we can just do... Yeah, so height 1, and then we do height plus equals to left plus equals to down, right, up, and then we just do height divided by m. So if we're at the end to the left, we take the left neighbor and add that to the height, increment m, and then we do the same here. So down for 0, right for resolution in the horizontal, and up for the resolution in vertical. And then we do this. But what the probably exists a better way to do it than this, but let's see if it works. Or am I Not really. What am I misunderstanding here? Let's see. Float, current. Yo, what's up, Meister K? Progress, question mark. Progress, exclamation mark. Some at least. I don't think this will save me, but yeah, we have some rough terraforming in place, but unfortunately the terraforming showed us that we still have a problem when it comes to syncing patch corners. So you can see here we have a little bit of a problem with the edges of the patches, which sucks. Okay, so do we want to do if I is equal to resolution +1 here? Or yeah, maybe that's what's wrong. It shouldn't be. Let's see. Now, if it's equal to resolution, then it's at the edge. Why doesn't this calculation work? So what this tells me is, so if we're at this vertex and we want to, let's say that we're at this vertex and so that means that x is equal to resolution, or I is equal to resolution. This one doesn't trigger, this one doesn't. This one does, however, so m plus equals to 1, so m is 2, and we read, or we add right height to height. This one doesn't trigger, so we have m is equal to 2 and height is equal to current plus right, and then we divide it by m, so 2. That should be it. That should be our interpolation. But it doesn't yield the correct result. Why? Oh, why? I really hope this was the problem. I need to rewrite this as well, that we skip one of these. So one of them takes UV, the other one doesn't. They do exactly the same thing. So it's a little bit of a mess having both of them. Could probably clean that up. But yeah, hopefully that was the problem. Why we didn't get a sync between the patches, but we'll see, we'll see. Wait 1 second. To be honest, I don't even know if we get the correct normals between patches, or do we? I think so. This one worries me a little bit though. Like, I thought... we had the syncing between terrain patches in place. But turns out we probably didn't. And the only thing, or the only reason that it worked previously was because we had a tileable terrain that resulted in the correct normals, or like weird. Ooh. Get index wrapped. So the idea here is that if our index is bigger than resolution, then we bring it down. So let's say here that we have... Oh. So we know that we can go up to resolution. But if we do... So our patch can have index 0 to 256 maybe, or 255. So if we have 250... Yeah, we don't reset it here, right? Right. So if this one is... If this one is resolution, this one is false. But if this one is resolution plus 1, then we do X wrapped, we do minus resolution, which means that we have 1. Fuck, could this be it? That would fucking suck. Oops. Could it? This is what we actually want to do, I think. I want to try it at least. Ooh, almost. Jesus. The position seems to be okay, but the normal still seems to be fucked up. I don't know why, but okay, this is nice. So if I do this, okay, one step closer at least. Jeez, that's one of those errors I could imagine myself sitting and looking for a long time. I guess I'm lucky I found it this easily. The normal is still wrong though, but the position is correct, I think. Except for here though. So what do we have here? This is where 4 terrain patches meet, and they can't really seem to synchronize. What the hell? This song is pretty nice. I want to save it. for later use. Let's see here, inhale ad astra by ADMB Bukas. I just want to hear it again from the start. Okay. So if everything else works, except for the normals and tangents and so on, but positioning works, what the fuck? Why is this one still messing about? And okay, so we're trying to calculate this point. What do we have? ZX. Okay. Okay, so this patch is trying to calculate this point. X oh yeah, of course. Or yes. Yeah, we need to take more neighbors into account. Jesus. So right now we're just taking the but yeah, right now we're only taking the left, right, up, down neighbors into account, and that's why we get this problem. Annoying. Up, right, down. Fuck me. Like seriously, when it comes to the edge values of each patch, like the additional number of calculations and fetches you need to do is insane. And I'm still a little bit frustrated that the normals aren't calculated correctly. Yeah, and yeah, of course the normals are not the same because we don't use the same data to calculate them? Or are we? Yeah, we should be. What a mess. Yeah, we use the same data, we do. Fabric going into lurk mode, I have to go and get some breakfast. I'd appreciate it, enjoy that breakfast. Now I'm starting to lean against a solution where you always include a set of padding to the height maps for each terrain. So let's say that a terrain patch has a resolution of, I don't know, 100 times 100 vertices, and then you have I don't know. Okay, let me put it this way. So, first of all, we're gonna go terrain base, test routine. Let's remove that one. So, environment controller generates the terrain. If we do this, let's see here. Terrain patch. Comment this one out. Comment this one out. And then we change terrain data container. We change the texture here to be wrap mode repeat. So that means when we're trying to read outside of the texture, we repeat over to the other side. So we wrap around. We're gonna look into this a bit more, but okay, we do repeat now, because what I want to show is when the textures repeat around, you get the correct normals. So that's good to know. But we have the problem of when we have repeat around, we also get this problem. Okay, so that's the problem we face. But if we have a repeatable texture, we don't get any seams. So I'm starting to think that, first of all, we definitely want clamp here. But when we read the textures, I wonder if it does some interpolation as well. Let me pull up Unity texture 2D. Actually, I think we rely on get pixel, right? Height. Value get pixel. Let's take a look at get pixel. What I'm looking for is this one. I wonder if we will see some difference if we do point. We shouldn't. I don't think so. Since we're using get pixel, we should be getting a specific pixel, but I still want to try this. Train patch, so let's put this back and this. Robert Pattinson, are you staying home, Dad? No, I don't think so. Okay. Actually. Okay, this works. Except for at these points. Fuck. It almost works. Okay, so it works if you are a master shader man. Oh, thank you. How nice of you. I'm an okay shader man, I would say. Let's see here. So if we do wrap mode repeat here, then we get the correct value. If we do clamp, we don't. We get a little bit of a better value if we do filter mode point here. But why the fuck do we... Why do the normals fail? Alter terrain data. Yeah, we're not worrying about altering right now. We're just worrying about generating the data. We're generating the mesh from the data. One 128 times 128. Okay, so one thing with our mesh is that we actually have one more Let's see here. Okay, could it be something to this? In our mesh, we actually have one more resolution in the X and Y direction than we have in our texture, which means that we're always fetching. How does that make sense? Yes, that has to be it. Yeah, I think we're actually fetching the last pixels. So every pixel in this row and every pixel in this one, we fetched them twice, basically, if we have a clamp, that is. Does that make any sense? Because let's see here, dimension is, that doesn't matter. Our resolution is see, 1024. Terrain data container. When we create this one, we send in height range and new data. Set terrain data. We do instantiate data first with height. Terrain patch. Whoa. Okay, this is interesting, I think. So when we set terrain data here, or when we create it with resolution times resolution. And then we do a terrain data texture here. So with height range, new data. So this one we create with this and this. So instantiate data with height. So our data has a width and height of resolution. So if we create a texture 2D with width and height as 1024, that means that the indices are from 0 to 1023, which means when we do value get pixel here, so when we do height value xy 0, we do get pixel xy. If we call height with a value here that is bigger than resolution, then we prompt the wrap mode to read. So either clamp or repeat. And I think we do just that. Height get index wrapped. Get index wrapped. So yeah, if x is equal to resolution, then this one doesn't trigger and we don't. Okay, fuck, this is, I fucked it up. I fucked this up when I initially wrote it. Ooh, that sucks. Okay, so how do I want to fix this? Height. Where do we call this one? We call it 31 times. Ah, okay, never mind. So it all comes down to that it's very important when we read the value here that x and y are not equal to resolution. But I don't think so. Yeah, this change, it would have been better if I did. This change was still needed, but it would have been better if I did this, I guess. But what other problems does this incur? I want to see what kind of result we get, if we get a working result whatsoever. I don't know. The normal seems to be correct now, right? The normal is correct. The height of, or is it? It's hard to see, but I think so. Pretty sure. Okay, but this problem still exists. So, yeah, of course. If we do Getting these terrain patches to properly share information or share data is a mess. Did I screw this up? Seems like it. Okay, the initial generation. Oh yeah, I didn't fix it here. So if we do resolution -1, resolution -1, but we still have the problem of the point where 4 terrain patches meet. I don't really know how to handle this. Like, handling it like this as well, it's just doesn't sit right with me. Close but no cigar. The problem here right now is that we have a mismatch in resolution. So let's see here. The height texture goes from 0 to resolution -1 when it comes to indices. So it has a size of resolution, a width and height of resolution. The mesh itself goes from 0 to resolution. So we have a mismatch here. The mesh goes from 0 to resolution, the texture goes from 0 to resolution -1. Definitely don't want this mismatch. just wonder. Going to have to rework quite a bit of stuff, I think. Here we go, less than resolution. Here we go up to resolution. So I guess Enomoth, what up? What you doing? I'm questioning my past design choices, basically. But to be more precise, we're doing terraforming with a custom terrain, and it's a mess. Gandalf, thank you so much for the follow. I just need to make sure that I'm not thinking about this the wrong way. So it's very important that the texture and the actual terrain matches. And in size. So this is a 64 x 64 texture. If I wanted to represent it by the terrain, it would be 64 x 64 as well. Right now it's a little bit of a mismatch. So we have a texture that is 64 x 64 and we have a terrain that is 65 x 65, or yeah. A vector 4, I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the dive to make the terrain and the texture match a little bit better, or match at all. Which will hopefully solve this issue as well. And hopefully this as well. Enomoth, I saw that little dude on a YouTube preview. Nice. Let's see. So what I want to do is resolution anytime we use resolution within here, I want to do -1 basically. So index, we want to do this, and we want to do less than here, and that's about it. Let's see, can we do resolution? Get grid point indices range with circle. This one we have to change as well, I think. Resolution. Okay, so here we have resolution, we want to do this, and here we actually want to do -1. Yeah, so if it's bigger than or equal to resolution, then we remove resolution. Yeah, I think that is correct. Terrain patch, if X is equal to resolution, we get the next one as well, right? Now we create a terrain data container with resolution, and resolution as width and height. So those match. We do this. Mesh data length is no longer resolution plus resolution, it's just resolution times resolution. Here we want to do less than, and here we want to do -1. And we want to do -1 here as well, I think. And same here. On. And then we have it here again, but now we compare it to -1. That's okay. Same here. Okay. Okay, the problems we will get now here will stem from get grid point indices ranges within circle, I think. So the generation itself should be working. It's everything related to terraforming that should give us problems. I hope. It's beautiful. We still have this problem. Oh, we have a little bit of a mismatch here. Do we still have a mismatch? Yeah, we do. The fuck? Incredibly frustrating, this seam here. Actually, no errors. What the what? Okay. But yeah, we're a little bit off. I'm okay with that. Okay, I think it's a little bit better, but still far from where I would like to be at this point. What bothers me the most right now is the damn seam. I don't know why the normals aren't getting calculated the correct way. This little square hole here, or star hole, maybe you want to call it, this one I can solve. In an ugly way, at least. Or I know how to solve. But this seam here, like, it's almost correct. Almost correct. Incredibly frustrating. Welcome back, Fabic. Let's do this. Let's go back a step. And environment, object prototype material. We're gonna go back to world normal material. But well, it's even harder to see when we have the normals. Ugh. Okay. So close, so close. I don't know. I don't even know if it's visible on stream, isn't it? Let's see if I can find it here. It has to be visible on stream. So there's just this tiny. But, let's see. If we do... it probably has to do with this. It's slightly visible on stream. Thank you, Fabic, for answering. Yeah, but it exists there and I need to take care of it. So, but unfortunately, it's time for me to... Exactly, Fabic. It's time for me to take weekend. I need to run. But okay. Let me just summarize today, as we did a whole lot of progress in the beginning, and then that progress made it apparent or shed some light on part of the code that was wrong. So I'm ending on a little bit of a sour note. We have gone back a couple of steps and we just need to get this thoroughly in place. Thank you, Fabic, appreciate it. But yeah, Astronial Gaming, yo yo yo. You just entered chat just when I was about to quit. All in all, I think it was great progress today. Step by step, iteration by iteration, this becomes better and better and better. And I have no doubt that we will reach a nice final solution in the end. Astronial Gaming, I just need to ask some quick question and you can go. You know what? Come back on Monday and ask those questions. I really need to run now. But I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for watching. Always appreciated, and have a great weekend. Peace.